Check 1 2. Check 1 2. And welcome, everybody, to Duncan Park in downtown Hartford. Well, Dan Lavallo, Jeff Tulip with you. It is game 4 of 6 between the Rockies and Giants affiliates here at downtown Hartford. Let's take a look at the visiting lineup. It is presented by the Hartford. Scott Ventura back in leadoff spot. He's in left field. Bo Davidson plays in center. Sabine Ceballos is at first base. Charlie Coney is at third base. Maui Ahuna at the DH. Iverson Tiarga plays at shortstop. Ardian Sugasti is the catcher. Diego Velasquez plays at second base. And the right fielder batting ninth is Jonah Cox. Now pitching today for the Yard Goats, Alberto Pacheco, Dan, makes his first appearance here in Hartford.
Yes, this is going to be his first ever Double-A start. He appeared in a couple of games on the road in relief against the Reading Fightin' Phils. You see his record over 4 2/3 innings. He hasn't walked anybody. He's no stranger to his manager. He pitched for him at High A Spokane.
We'll take a look at the defense behind Alberto Pacheco. It's put together by Robinson Cancel, Dan.
Number 1 ranked defense in the Eastern League at .984 fielding percentage. The Goats have committed just 7 errors.
Well, last night the Goats got so. Let's get to the umpires. It is Stone Garber behind the plate, Caden Tetchener at first base, and Tyler Vanderwater is the umpire at third base. Good one last night. Goats were down in the second inning, and Cole Messina came up to the plate. He takes Joe Whitman deep into the visiting bullpen. In fact, his first home run, a go-ahead shot, put the Goats up by 1 run, and Hartford ended up scoring 4 times in the inning, never looking back then and holding on to a 6-5 win, stopping Richmond's 10-game win streak.
Cole had a nice game, went 2 for 3, and in the series, he's 3 for 9, Jeff.
So, Alberto Pacheco up against Scott Ventura. As the left fielder is in. And today's first pitch is in for a strike, low in the zone at 90. And welcome you to sit back, relax, and enjoy Yard Goats baseball on the corners of Main and Trumbull tonight. This game 4 of 6. Showing bunt, Ventura drops a foul at home plate. No balls, 2 strikes. Pacheco, 6'1", 176. He's 23 years old, from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Always operates from the stretch. Stays at 2 strikes. He throws a 4-seamer and a sinker, the 2 fastball pitches. Also works in a changeup and a slider. Tonight his first start at the Double-A level and first appearance here in Hartford. Lefty on lefty. That's strike 3. Nice job. He comes back with a sinker. 91 on the radar. Dana Ventura takes her for a call, 3rd strike.
Well, that could be one of the keys to the game, the way he pitches, Jeff.
And keys to the game in game 4 of 6 between these two teams. As Bo Davidson is in, presented by Northeast Door and Security, Dan.
Well, the Yard Goats need to continue their hitting approach. It's been outstanding these last couple of games. Keep up the pressure on the base paths. They're really forcing the Squirrels to make some mistakes, and pitchers need to reduce the walks. 11 walks total last night.
That's a little bit low. The count, 1 ball, 1 strike.
11 walks total, and the Yard Goats still won the game.
Richmond last night 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position and left 14 men on base in a 1-run loss. That's up high, 2-1. Pacheco made his Eastern League debut April 7th in Reading, fired 2 scoreless and had 3 strikeouts. The last outing was on Sunday on the road in Reading, PA. 3-1 now. Went 2 2/3 innings, gave up 3 runs and 5 hits. 0 walks and 2 strikeouts. Davidson had a long home run into the second deck, deep right center field, just to the right of the Budweiser sky deck. That's high ball 4. So he misses with a fastball, and Davidson is aboard with a 1-out walk.
Well, there you go, the walks, and that's the first walk that he's given up in 5 innings of pitching. So he's still trying to establish his pitches as Davidson reaches first base. Slipso Nava, the first base coach.
Sabine Ceballos, the hitter. He's got 5 hits and 4 runs, 4 RBI this week against Hartford pitching, and takes the first one a little bit low. See Ceballos, after he takes a pitch, he has his body moving out towards the pitcher. He gets right in front of the plates with his momentum carrying him. 2-0.
I don't think I've ever seen a hitter do that.
There was someone in the big leagues last year that was doing that. I'm trying to think of who it was. That was going out in front of where home plate was and then just stopping. Now it's 3-0 as you behind the first baseman.
Now this is one of the keys to the game. You can't put these runners on base, not this Richmond team or any team for that matter.
And Richmond can hit. Lead all of Double A in batting and RBIs. 3-0 fastballs in for a strike. Lead the Eastern League in hits, total bases, and doubles. And in 6 road games, batting at .325, and they're averaging just under 10 runs per game. The next one is low, and Pacheco has not helped himself out after a strikeout, walking the next 2 men.
Not a good start, and Pacheco digging a hole for himself. Last night, the Flying Squirrels left 14 runners on base, left the bases loaded 3 times, and ended up 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position. And that's how a pitching staff that issues 11 walks can hold on to win a game.
Charlie Nodi, the hitter, and he takes strike 1. Yeah, the Goats somehow, some way avoided all the walks with a 6-5 win, stopping a 3-game losing skid. Big hack and a miss by Zanotti.
That might have been that 2-seam fastball. Pacheco throws a 4-seamer, a 2-seamer, a slider, and a change.
Says yes to Cole Messina. Connor Eaton battled yesterday in his start. Carlos Torres pitched well, got the win, 2 scoreless in relief. There's swing and a miss, strike 3. So both outstand for Pacheco. Having strikeouts. Oh, he got a piece.
Yep, just got a piece of it, Jeff.
So he stays alive. He's got the patch underneath both eyes. There's the third baseman awaits an 0-2. Good pitch with 2 strikes. It's 1-2. Bullpen coming through with the bases loaded in last night's game, getting a strikeout to finish it off. Davis Palmeiro coming up with a big K for the save. Misses with a fastball. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yard Goats wearing their green jerseys tonight on Irish Heritage Night.
I like those unis with the Goats across the front of white with a blue outline. It's fouled straight back, and the count stays 2 balls and 2 strikes.
A lot of times you see the Yard Goats wear those jerseys on Sunday afternoon.
Charlie Zacconi, 14 hits over his last 11 games, including 4 doubles. He was a 9th-round pick out of Illinois, Chicago. Lefty-lefty matchup, the 2-2. Swung out, little flare. It's going to drop into right field for a base hit. Bo Davidson rounding third, but he slams on the brakes. As Kokoska quickly gets the ball back to the cutoff man, and that's the first baseman, Aiden Longwell. And, well, it's a shame because Pacheco thought he had him struck out instead. Comes up with almost like a broken bat single to right, and now the Squirrels have the bases loaded.
95-mile-per-hour fastball on which Zacconi was able to turn on it because it was in the inner portion of the strike zone, but he turned on it nicely.
Maui Ahuna at the plate and fouls the first one back at 95, strike 1, so a little bit extra for the lefty swinging DH.
Well, this is where we left off last night. Bases loaded, top of the 9th. That's how the game ended. Now we've got the bases loaded, nobody out, top of the 1st tonight.
Ahuna grew up in Hawaii. That's outside. This is with the slider and the count 1-1 strike.
He's the first Hawaiian native to play for Richmond, Jeff.
Yep. Meanwhile, Pacheco signed with the Rockies. International free agent as that's chopped foul at the plate, 1-2. Signed back in 2021. This is his first season as a yard goat. His 6th season in minor league baseball. You take a look at Alberto Pacheco. Bases full, 1 away. Flying Squirrels threatening here in the opening frame. It's fouled off as he stays alive. 1-2 strikes.
See, Yard Goats pitching coach Jerry Sullivan marking things down on his clipboard. Got to be a bit concerned that pitch count is already up to 25.
Yard Goats before yesterday had lost 3 in a row and 6 of 7. That on the heels of a 3-game win streak. That's in there for a call, 3rd strike. Sinking fastball at 91 down in the zone. Ahuna takes it. That's the 2nd strikeout for Pacheco here in the 1st inning.
And a nice frame job by Messina, but the TrackMan showed it wasn't in the strike zone.
Iverson Arteaga, the hitter. And he comes up at a clutch spot now with 2-way. The Squirrels need a hit. Tracks the first one outside for ball 1.
I mean, it'd be something if the Squirrels leave the bases loaded yet again in the 1st inning of tonight's game.
Richmond heading home after Sunday's game when the series wraps up, and they'll take on Somerset next. There's a swing and a miss. 1-1 strike. The Goats next week will visit Portland, Maine to take on the Red Sox affiliate, the Sea Dogs. Three on, 2 away. Strike 2. Another good-looking sinker. 1-2 strikes. Arteaga was an all-star earlier in his career. Swings here and grounds one sharply but foul past 3rd by his manager Dennis Pelfrey, the winningest manager in Richmond Flying Squirrels history, and that went underneath the tarp. Left-hander set, 1-2. Swung on and hit foul, back it out of play. Slider again, 1-2 strikes as Pacheco stays in the driver's seat. Last year at Spokane, Pacheco 7-9, 29 games, 21 starts, and a 6.53 earned run average. That's popped up back behind the plate. Messina gives it a look over by the opposing dugout, but it's back into the seats, so no chance for Cole Messina. Aiden Longwell also went that direction. Pacheco is tied for 2nd in the club in wins, 3rd in the team in starts and innings pitched. 113 innings a year ago. Trying to finish off the shortstop, Arteaga. Well, nearly hit him. Did he get him? No, strike 3. He goes around. Arteaga tried to hold up. He could not. It's a strikeout to end the inning. Wow. That might have looked ugly, but it counts. He could not hold up on the swing. Great job by Cole Messina to check it. Strike 3 to end the inning. Flying Squirrels leave 3. And after 1/2, Richmond nothing. The Yard Goats coming up. Tristan Vreeling, Dan, who's on the bump for the Flying Squirrels.
Well, Vreeling grew up a lifelong San Francisco Giants fan, acquired in a trade with the New York Yankees last July.
He got Jorge to lead things off. He looks at strike one. There's a look at Vreeling.
Third round pick out of Gonzaga, Jeff.
Yep. Most an Idaho native. Grounded a deep second. Vasquez make the play, putting away Jorge for out number one. Now, Vreeling began his career as a Yankee farmhand. Tonight makes his third start of the season, his fifth career start against the Yard Goats. He had two with Somerset and two in Richmond. Let's look at the defense behind Vreeling tonight, Dan.
And you see the Flying Squirrels with a .981 fielding percentage. That is second in the Eastern League behind the Yard Goats. They've committed 8 errors.
Finds Betancourt. That's out of the way to change for ball one. Vreeling pitched on Saturday. Allowed 2 runs over 5 innings and a no decision. And a career high 4 walks for the second straight start. That was against Altoona. Breaking pitch gets in the strike zone as it bends in, and Stone Garver's up with the right fist. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, Vreeling's problem in the early going this year is control. He has walked 8 batters and 8 innings pitched entering tonight's game.
This is his 3rd year in the Eastern League. He's got a good arm. That last pitch at 96, but it missed low. Last year missed the beginning of the season and then joins Somerset in May. Ground ball, first base, foul ball. So it means Byros fielded. That ruled the foul right on the play. It's Caden Tishner, first base umpire, ruling it foul, and new life for Betancourt.
A couple of years ago, Vreeling was named the Eastern League Pitcher of the Week. And then also in 2024, he was the Eastern League Pitcher of the Month. So he has shown promise, Jeff.
He has, Dan. He's really good numbers in 2024 at Somerset. And really one of the better pitchers in the league. Ground ball, weakly to first base, fielded by Ceballos. So take it to the bag himself, arriving way before Betancourt for out number 2. Yeah, you look at the numbers, and led the Eastern League in wins in 2024, ranked 2nd in innings, 6th in strikeouts, 9th in whip, and finished top 10 batting average against. Led, in fact, all Yankee minor leaguers in wins that year. And now property of the Giants, traded from the Yankees, as center fielder Connor Capel is in. He takes outside for ball 1. Back in 2024, he actually made his professional debut against Richmond, April 7th at TD Bank Ballpark. Opening weekend through 5 scoreless against the team he's pitching for now. Strike 1, a changeup at 80, 1 ball, 1 strike. Has 14 wins with Somerset over 2 seasons, set the record for the most career wins in that franchise's AA history. And a liner over the head of leaping shortstop Arteaga on a center field for a hit. Bo Davidson will play it back, and Connor Capel with a 2-out single here in the 1st inning.
Well, Connor, who has walked 4 times in this series, comes up with his 2nd hit of the series. That ball leaving his bat at 100 miles per hour. A breaking ball that was hung by Vreeling.
Now the first baseman, Aiden Longwell. Longwell 4 for 13 this week with a double and a couple of RBI. Good lead at first by Capel, and that prompts Vreeling to step off.
The Yard Goats will run. They're 2nd in the Eastern League in steals with 27.
Long pause, now the pitch home. Ground ball, sharply hit, a foul ball. Crowd getting on the first base umpire, Caden Tishner now. We'll take a look again. That would have been a run for the Goats. Let's take a look. Ooh.
That's a fair ball.
That is a fair ball.
But he was in no position to call it. I mean, he was fighting for his life. I mean, that ball's coming right at him at 97 miles per hour. Just one of those things, but the replay shows that was a fair ball.
Yeah. No, much of an argument from the Yard Goats, although you don't have the challenges like you do at the major league level. Capel digs his lead off of first base. There's a line drive into left center field for a base hit. Capel around second base on his way to third as Bo Davidson gets the ball back to second. Couple of sharply hit balls for the Yard Goats who now have runners at the corners.
Good job by Longwell. He took a fastball away and hit it to the opposite field. Ball fielded out there by Davidson, but just a nice job overall by Longwell.
Now Cole Messina, who gave the Goats the lead with the second inning home run last night. Hartford never looked back in a one-run victory. He put it into the left field bullpen. The Squirrels warm up in. Breaking pitch is low for ball one. One of Reeling's best games in the Eastern League came on April 19th in 2024. He took a no-hitter into the eighth inning with 7 2/3 innings against this Yard Goats team before being replaced by Kevin Stevens. And then Stevens came in and gave up a double to Zach Kokoska. That's wide. Kokoska breaking up the no-no. He combines for a one-hitter and a 1-0 win. That game, Dan, was won on a walk-off home run by none other than Ben Rice, now with the Yankees.
Yeah, what a surprise. He always did a number on the Yard Goats.
Imagine losing 1-0 and a walk-off home run for Ben Rice. In fact, Ben Rice hit 2 walk-off home runs against Hartford.
That's right. He was public enemy #1 when the Yard Goats were around.
Yeah, he's on that all-opponent team without a doubt, Ben Rice. Good to see what he is doing now in the majors with the Yankees. New England kid from Massachusetts that played collegiately at Dartmouth. Messina in the count. 3 balls and no strikes as Longwell attracts a throw from Breeling.
I mean, Breeling retired the first 2 hitters, no problem. But now back-to-back singles, and he's 1 pitch away from walking Messina.
Our Goats have scored the first run in 8 of their 12 games this season, looking to make it 9 of 13. A 4-pitch walk as Messina takes the 4-seamer.
Well, let's just say pitching has not been the highlight in this series. Already 3 walks in this first inning.
Right. Bases loaded. There are 2 out. And here's Andy Perez. Perez, the Goats' everyday shortstop. He sits safely in 5 of his last 6 games as Perez, just 21 years old. Swings here and rolls one to second. Velasquez has it. He'll throw at Perez to end the inning. So the Goats' threat goes by the boards. 1 done in Hartford. And no score between the Yard Goats and the Flying Squirrels. from the Chesapeake Bay Sox. That's the Orioles affiliate.
Well, that's the idea. Take care of business at home, and we've seen the Yard Goats do that in recent seasons.
Well, both teams leaving the bases loaded first inning as Adrian Zagasti hits a drive down the right field line, foul for strike one.
Both teams leaving the bases loaded, not scoring a run.
Liner towards center. Coming in is Capel. He's got it for out number one.
That seemed to have an erratic wiggle to it, and Capel managed to stick with it. They say that's the most difficult ball for a center fielder to field. That ball hit right at you.
Gosti, good poke that time, and he hits it on the line, but is out number one.
Pacheco really needs a low pitch inning. He threw 33 pitches in the first inning.
Diego Velasquez is the batter. Brings a 276 average into the fold tonight. Looks at strike one. Velasquez, no homers, 5 RBIs, the 740 OPS. Swings and misses here, and a slider at 85, nothing in two. Diego Velasquez was the team MVP for the high A affiliate of the Giants, San Jose, back in 2023. He was also an all-star. Swings and misses here, strike three. Pacheco eats him up. Good fastball. And 4 of the first 5 outs, Dan, have been strikeouts for Alberto Pacheco.
And he struck out Velasquez on 3 pitches. 2 of the pitches out of the strike zone. He got Velasquez to chase. And that has been an issue. These flying squirrels are hitting the baseball everywhere, but you can get them to chase pitches.
Jonah Cox will try to prevent a 1-2-3 inning. He has hit safely in every game that he's played this season. That's 10. Team has played 12 games. He's hit safely in the 10 he's been in. There's a big cut and a miss. Originally the Oakland Athletics 6th-round pick out of Oral Roberts. Now trying to make it as a San Francisco Giants. By the way, that 10-game hit streak tied for the most in the Eastern League. Shot foul towards Main Street out of Duncan Park. It's 1-2.
Well, Jeff, the 8 and 9 spots in the batting order for the Squirrels have been deadly in this series. They have had 30 plate appearances so far in the series, and you have a sacrifice fly, bring that down to 29 plate appearances. 18 of 29 times they've reached base.
That's in there for a call, 3rd strike, a strikeout to end the inning, and Pacheco has 5 punch outs through an inning and a half. We played an inning and a half, no score here in Hartford.
This is your chance.
After tonight's game, and hey, if you're not here tonight, we've got room for you tomorrow. They'll blast off fireworks after tomorrow night's game as well. It's a new thing in 2026, fireworks after every Friday and Saturday game here at Duncan Park. Zeros through an inning and a half as Skylar Messenger begins the second for Hartford against Tristan Greeling. Messenger has a 3-game hit streak. 4 for 10, a couple of doubles, 2 RBI in the trip. It's fouled straight back. And the count 1 ball 1 strike. Line drive left field and a base hit. Ventura has to move to his right to play it. A Messenger with the leadoff single, and then the Goats have hit some balls hard against Tristan Greeling. That's their 3rd single in 2 innings.
Greeling hung a curveball, and Messenger jumped all over it. He's having a nice series. That's his 5th hit now in 11 at-bats.
Here comes Rock Riggio.
Don't be surprised if Riggio tries to bunt here.
Lefty hitter finds Messenger at first base. Swings here and grounds one to second. Fielded by Velasquez to second for 1 on to first to double play.
Well, then again, he might not try to bunt. But that was another fastball out over the plate, and they turned the 4-6-3 double play. Starting the twin killer was Velasquez. That's the pitcher's best friend.
Now the right fielder, Zach Kokoska. Zach with a .364 batting average.
Got some fancy looking field glasses there this year.
Yes.
I mean, those are big.
Those are big, yeah.
You can see who's warming up in the Yankee Stadium bullpen
Right.
with those things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We got those at the end of last year. Yeah, my other ones had seen better days, so.
You're not kidding.
Our production man, Mike Delgado. Fans having a nice time on this Friday nights. Great thing about Duncan Park is you have different angles, different views. You can walk around the whole entire ballpark with that fan-friendly 360-degree concourse. Off to the 3rd we go. Jeff Dooley, Dan Lovallo, and thanks for making us part of your Friday nights.
I would never make it past Bears Barbecue.
Yeah, that's always the stop for me. Scott Ventura's in. We open the 3rd. And there's strike 1. You know, you can stop, get a plate of some great barbecue, and then make your way up the steps. Maybe get a little workout in, Dan. Go up to the 2nd deck.
I think I'll do that right now.
All right. Ground ball sharply hit. Rock Riggio to his right. Makes the play, but then falls down. Kind of lost his footing. And Ventura will reach on an infield style single. Good effort by Riggio just to get to that baseball, but kind of lost his balance as he gloved it into the backhand.
Almost as if his ankle gave out as he was angling to his right, and he's in some pain there, but now walking around and appears to be okay.
Bo Davidson walked back in the first inning. Chops a foul at home plate. He is one of the definitions why you keep playing. Bo Davidson signed as a non-drafted free agent. Apparently the story was he stopped playing baseball and then wanted to play in college with one of his buddies, so go back into it. Next thing you know, he's playing professional baseball, signing with the Giants, and he is 2 steps away from the Bay.
He signed with the Giants for $50,000.
Could turn out to be a steal. He's got some great natural ability and raw power. Fouls that fastball off at 93, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I'd like to see a little more plate discipline from him, but one of the things that you have to like about Davidson, you mentioned his raw power, it's to all fields. I mean, we saw him hit a home run to left field.
Yep.
He's had a couple in this series.
6-game hitting streak heading into action today with 4 homers and 9 RBI over that stretch as he asked for it and is granted time. Grounds on a shortstop, knocking Perez down. He's got it, steps on second, throws to first, and he's got him. Nice play by Andy Perez, who thought about flipping it to Riggio. Now they're going to say safe at second, Dan?
Yes, they are. Let's watch this again. Perez, did he step on second?
Oh, he stepped on the bag.
I think they're going to have a conversation here.
I think he stepped on the bag.
It certainly looked like he stepped. How could he have missed the bag? It certainly looked like he stepped on it. At first, Perez looked undecided whether he should take the play himself or underhand it to Riggio, but he took it himself.
Well, no argument. They're going to say he missed the bag. Sabine Ceballos. It's a foul for strike 1. I mean, let's look at this again. How did he miss the bag? Oh, he threw it before he stepped on it.
That's exactly right.
Wow,
there
all
you go.
They got the call right. It's a good job. And base umpire.
Nice job.
Tyler Vanderwater.
There's no neighborhood plays anymore.
Nope. And a pop up down the right field line, twisting and twisting out of play.
But part of it, I think, was the hesitancy of Perez, because when he first fielded the ball, I thought he might underhand it to Riggio. He appeared as if he was going to underhand it to him and then decided to take it himself.
Right.
And he probably rushed the throw because of it.
Happy fan getting the baseball. Ceballos waiting at a 1-2 from Alberto Pacheco. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I get tired watching Ceballos bat the way he continually runs in front of that plate after each pitch. You think he's heading to first base for a walk, even on a 1-ball count.
I think it'd be a little distracting and a lot of moving parts with the at bat of Ceballos. Swings here and pulls one foul past third. Stays 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Flying Squirrels first baseman.
Well, what happens if there's a runner in motion and he's running out in front of the plate like that?
I mean, that could be interference written all over it, right?
Yes.
Fly ball, right center field, on the move, Kokoska. He can't get it. It's in for a hit. Ventura rounding third, heading home, and he will score standing. Sabine Ceballos with the RBI single. And it's 1-0 Richmond.
And Ceballos is continuing to have a great series. That was a fastball, and he took it the other way a little bit on the inside portion of the plate, and he ripped it to right field for an RBI single. Ceballos in this series now has 7 hits and 13 at-bats with 5 runs batted in.
Well, now the missed play at second base is large as Carly Zignoni is the hitter. When he singled his last time in the first inning.
As our buddy, the late Casey Jones, used to say, that's huge.
Mm-hmm. Here's strike one. As of now, Dan, Pacheco will take the rotation spot of Jack Mahoney, who was in the rotation but was placed on the injured list. And a little, swinging the dribbler back towards the mound. Pacheco will field. Now flip to the first baseman to get the out. Close play at first base. Pacheco a little bit slow to get off that mound immediately. And now what are they trying to say? They're trying to say foul ball. All three umpires, Dan, are going to get together.
Pacheco, first of all, was late picking up the baseball and then didn't get rid of it right away. And I'll tell you what, he looked safe there on that replay. See all three umpires, as you said, Garver, Tetchner, and Vandewater talking things over. Garver, the plate umpire. But I'll tell you, it looked as if he was across the bag by a fur piece, as they say. And the momentum of Pacheco was carrying him away from the play. He fell to the third base side of the pitcher's mound and had to recover, pick up the baseball, and then rather get rid of it right away. Watch this. Well, that looks closer from that angle.
I don't know. Long conversation, though. Just to the right of the pitcher's mound. I'm going to say foul ball.
Yeah, I mean, that was my other question, and you had brought it up. Were they going to rule it a foul ball? Yes, they are going to rule it a foul ball.
And Robinson Cancel coming out. He wants an explanation.
I'm sure he'll be happy with that one. That it's a foul ball, and Zacconi has to head back to the plate, and Ceballos to first base.
Well, I think Robinson Cancel wants the out at first base.
Yeah, that's what he's lobbying for. Well, Garver in a long conversation with him. Yeah, Robbie wants the out.
Right.
Yeah. He's not going to win the argument. Yeah, that's a foul. Well, let's see. It bounces. But if it bounces foul and goes back into fair territory, why wouldn't that be a fair ball?
Right. I don't know. I mean, it lands in fair territory. Yeah. So it's strike one, and now that's strike two.
That's one of the reasons you see a slow roller up the line, third base or first base line. They will, the infielder, just wipe it out of play.
They'll kick it. They'll kick it foul.
Whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's difficult, I guess you've got that imaginary line height-wise, like where it is over the chalk, but then you get a hit. Oh, boy. Hit on an 0-2 pitch, Dan.
Yeah, that's tough. Trying to pitch inside, and he pitched way inside in what has been really a discombobulated inning. And you could see Pacheco's not happy after that pitch. He released it too soon and pays the price because of it.
Well, still one away. Runners at first and second base. So the yard goats infield to play at any of the three bases as Maui Ahuna's in. And takes the fastball low for ball one.
We might get some stirring in that bullpen shortly because the pitch count is rising.
Two and no to the DH.
That Hartford bullpen has been getting a workout. Might be Evan Shawver losing in the pen.
Shawver back with the goats. Now it's 3-0. Pacheco falling behind the DH, Maui Ahuna. And they made him work in the first inning as the Flying Squirrels loaded the bases. Then he had a 1-2-3 second with 2 strikeouts. And he's working again in the third. Swing and a miss. How about a 3-0 by Ahuna? He gets green lighted. Hey, this Richmond team can hit home runs. Goats pitching, giving up 2 last night and 3 on Wednesday. That's ball 4.
Well, let's look at the numbers as the Squirrels load the bases for the second time in 3 innings, Jeff. Pacheco threw 33 pitches in the first inning. Just 9 pitches in that quick second inning, which you mentioned, as Jerry Sullivan, the pitching coach, heads to the mound. But he's already thrown 21 pitches here in this 3rd inning. And over the course of this game has walked 3 and 2 1/3. The Yard Goats not turning that double play turns out to be big in so many ways. As you pointed out, it leads to a run. And instead of having a situation with 2 outs and nobody on base, there's a run in, 1 out, and the base is loaded. It's all about execution.
Iverson Arteaga, the batter. He finds himself up in a bases loaded spots. Chance to add to a 1-0 lead here in the 3rd inning. Alberto Pacheco trying to minimize the damage. That's low and pops out of the middle of the catcher, Messina. There's the slider. Comes back with a 4-seamer, misses the count. 2 balls, no strikes.
I think he's beginning to run out of steam, Jeff.
I think so, Dan. He was mid-90s last inning. That last one was at 89. There's the sinker. But it's outside and a tad low. It's now 3-0 to Iverson Arteaga. He's got nowhere to put the shortstop. That's ball 4. Alberto Pacheco has walked in a run for the 2nd straight game. Hartford has given up a bases loaded walk, and here comes Robinson Cancel. That's going to do it for the Goats starting pitcher Alberto Pacheco here in the 3rd inning. We've got a pitching change. We'll tell you about the new pitcher next in the Yard Goats Baseball Network.
Well, Evan Shawver has returned to the Hartford Yard Goats, and he inherits a bases loaded mess. 2 runs in, 2-0 the Flying Squirrels lead. 1-0 is the score. Shawver just joining this team yesterday, his 3rd season with the Yard Goats, his 6th season in minor league baseball, and he's about to make his 2026 Hartford Yard Goats debut. A 7th round pick in 2021 out of the University of Cincinnati. And he is ready to try and lower the boom against these Richmond Flying Squirrels, who have a 2-0 lead. The bases loaded and just 1 out. Jeff, the line on Pacheco, 2 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs earned, walked 4, struck out 5, and of course the men on base belong to him.
So Adrian Zuganski, the hitter, as he bats with 3 on and still only 1 out. Swings and lifts a foul first base side. Longwell giving chase, but that is back into the seats, foul. Zuganski fly to center back in the 2nd inning. Squirrels got a run and a single and a bases loaded walk. They've got a 2-0 lead here in the third. Schaber just got added to the Goats roster. He had been out Arizona, the Arizona Complex League. It's ripped foul. No balls and 2 strikes.
Well, you think about it, though, as we mentioned, that play at second where Perez misses the bag, and also the call that was reversed. The batter was ruled out, and then they changed the call to a foul ball. It all comes back to haunt the Yard Goats this inning.
Not much has gone right for Hartford. Schaber trying to wiggle off the hook. Good looking pitch fouled off, and it stays at 2 strikes. Yard Goats 5 wins, 7 losses, tied with Reading, 2.5 games behind first place New Hampshire and Portland, who are both 7-4. Little pop up in a short left field. This could be trouble. Messenger comes in, he slides, and he makes the catch. Tagging from third base is Zacconi. He will score. What a grab and left by Skylar Messenger.
Watch this again. Messenger's played an outstanding left field so far. Makes that catch before the ball kisses the grass blades. And then the Yard Goats appeal to third base, but the umpires ruled that indeed Zacconi tagged third and then came home. So he didn't leave third base early, but heads up move by the Yard Goats to try and appeal. Nevertheless, it's now a 3-0 game.
Runners at first and second base holding out. Diego Velasquez is the batter. Messer's really played well since getting activated. And strike 1.
That's the second catch we have seen him make in a game like that in this series. But we've seen him slide all over the place, but the second catch that we've seen him make in that situation that came during a key moment.
Ground ball over to the mound towards short. Scooped up by Perez, who'll throw to first base to end the inning. But a productive third as the Flying Squirrels bat 8 men, score 3 times, middle of 3. Richmond 3, Hartford nothing.
Now there's a standing ovation here at Duncan Park for our hero among us, 80-year-old Jim Milkaki. Served in the United States Coast Guard back in the early 60s. He was born in Massachusetts but moved here to Connecticut at a young age. And he gets a standing ovation, our hero among us, as we go to the last of the third. And the Flying Squirrels leading 3-0 after posting a 3 spot in the third.
Dion Jorge will start things for the Goats against Tristan Vreeling. And he takes the pitch outside for a ball. There's a strike. And the count evens. 1 ball, 1 strike. That is wide. It's now 2-1. Excuse me, swing and a foul back to the screen behind the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Opportunity for the Yard Goats to make some noise. Reeling trying to come up with a shutdown inning, but an opportunity for the Yard Goats to get back in it with the top of the order leading things off.
And is sent foul out of Duncan Park over the roof and out towards Main Street. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now the Yard Goats hit 3 home runs on Wednesday. Another home run last night. And a season high 16 hits on Wednesday. This homestand, the team has hit well. 290 when you do the math. That's up high in the count. Phil's 3-2. They've hit 5 home runs and 24 runs scored in the first 3 games against the Giants affiliate.
Jeff, I think the Yard Goats' approach at the plate has been very good. They're not chasing many pitches. They're making contact.
And it's hit foul out of play and do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Jorge that time was chasing the pitch a little bit off the plate. He's got to protect the strike zone with 2 strikes on him.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Jorge ends up striking out, and that's the first out of the 3rd inning. First strikeout for Tristan Breeling.
Well, Breeling did get him to chase that time. That was definitely ball 4, but Jorge went out of the zone and comes up empty on his swing. So Breeling comes up with his first strikeout of the game.
Finds Betancourt. Is 0 for 1 and looks at strike 1. Swings and chops a foul at home plate. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That got a piece of Sagasti catching for a 2nd straight game. Drew Kavanaugh caught the first 2 games of this series. Oh, that got the mask.
Ouch. Yeah, does not tickle.
No, that'll shake the cobwebs loose, that's for sure. Got to be tough to be a catcher, you know.
You do.
See the plate umpire, Stone Garber, asking him, "You all set? You ready to go?"
Right.
And Sagasti shaking his head yes.
That's fouled off at home plate. 1 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2. That's low. The count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Richmond had a franchise record 10-game winning streak ends. A 6-5 loss last night. They'll continue their first 6-game road trip of the season. They opened the season with a 3-game trip in Erie. Took 2 out of 3 before coming home to sweep Altoona. That's a little bit low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And how about the curve, Dan? Altoona 0 for 12. They have not won a game this season.
It's amazing. They are leading Portland 5-3 in the bottom of the 7th tonight.
Tonight could be it. Get the fireworks ready at People's Natural Gas Field. That's a tough start. Popped up 3rd base side into the seats and out of play.
If you were to poll the Curve fans and anybody associated with the Curve, their thoughts on a split season, they'd all be in favor of it.
Right.
And it's a good thing we have one here in the Eastern League.
Mm-hmm. Nearly hit him. Missed at 95. The count fills. Now 3-2.
Well, control has been an issue with Vreeling. I mean, he was ahead on the count 0-2, and now the count is full.
Swinging a shot right hit foul at home plate. We'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
He wouldn't give in and throw a fat pitch. He threw a sinker out of the strike zone, but Betancourt swung and just got a piece of it.
Again, the 3-2. Swinging a foul tip in the middle of the catcher. And Gonstein will hold on for the strikeout. Back-to-back Ks by Vreeling, although Betancourt was a tough out, but he's out number 2.
That was a pitch inside. It was not on the strike zone, but Betancourt swung. So Vreeling with his first 2 strikeouts of the game.
Connor Capel is the hitter. Center fielder. Swings and grounds one first base and foul.
Capel just trying to get back in the groove. Played 59 games in the big leagues over the last few years with the Cardinals, the Athletics, Reds.
Now trying to make it as a Rocky. Add a new logo to the list. Swings here and grounds it into right field for a base hit. Capel having a perfect evening. He is 2 for 2.
He fought off a high fastball and pulled it into right field. So Vreeling has yet to retire the side in order. He was helped by a double play in the 2nd inning, but a base hit as Cox fields the ball in right.
Now Aiden Longwell, 17th round pick out of Kent State. And tracks the first one outside for ball 1. That's fouled way out of the ballpark. Actually hits the light tower extension and shoots down to the seats below.
I mean, that is some poke to have it hit the stanchion. I thought it was going to go under it, but he was zeroing in. And look at that, little kid's going to come away with a baseball.
That's great. Runner breaks for second. Pitch a ball to throw down to second. They've got him. Capel caught stealing to wrap up the inning. Nothing across after 3 complete. 3-0 Richmond here in Hartford.
in this series. That's a ball. They've gotten great production out of the 8 and 9 hitters. Before tonight's game, in the first 3 games, the 8 and 9 hitters had a combined 30 plate appearances, and 18 times those batters reached base. That's a strike. And really, one of those times was a sacrifice fly, so that doesn't count as a time at bat, but just outstanding production out of the 8 and 9 holes. There's a ground ball into left field, up base hit past the diving Perez, and Jonah Cox strikes again, and the 8 and 9 hole continue to cause fits for the Yard Goats. Cox now has 4 hits in 8 at-bats in this series. It's going to bring up Scott Bandura, 1 for 2. Bandura's had a productive series, 6 hits in 17 at-bats, and 9 runs batted in. The pitch from Evan Shawver misses outside for a ball, 1-0. Shawver just added to the roster on April 16th. Made 36 appearances for the Yard Goats in each of the last 2 years. That's a strike. 1-1 the count. With the University of Cincinnati, began his career as a starter at low A Fresno and high A Spokane. There's a throw to first, and scrambling back is Cox. The Squirrels do not run all that much, but you still got to pay attention. That's what Shawver is doing. Jeff told you earlier he had been in the Arizona Complex League. There goes the runner. The pitch is a ball. The throw down to second base. He's safe. So Cox steals second base, beating the tag from Perez. And the third base umpire, Tyler Vanderwater, on the call. And you see the late tag. Perez tried to sell it.
Yeah, good stolen base that time for Cox then to get in a scoring position.
With 3 cracks now to get him in. Squirrels already leading 3-0. Shawver delivers, and there is a ground ball to second base. Riggio has only 1 play, gets the out at first. Advancing to third is Cox. Bandura with a productive out.
Yeah, advancing Cox 90 feet. Good job to kind of flick the bat at the ball that time to make contact and advance the runner.
Now the dangerous Bo Davidson, who has walked and grounded out to short. Infield is in. And there's a throw down to third base, and it goes into left field. And the runner did not realize it at first. Now Cox gets up and scores easily. Cox didn't realize at first that Jorge never caught the ball, but he had plenty of time. A clear throw down to third, but it bounces past Jorge, and then Cox hears from his manager and third base coach, you better get up and run. Yeah, get moving. So the throwing error enables the Flying Squirrels to take a 4-0 lead. The pitch to Davidson is low for a ball, 2-0. So the wheels coming off the cart for the Yard Goats. Top fielding team in the Eastern League. Only the 8th error committed by Hartford this year. That's a strike. 2-1. 4-0 Richmond. And the pitch low for a ball. 3-1. Shawver works from a set position with nobody on base. The pitch is a fastball swung on and missed. A high fastball out of the zone. Davidson chased it, and the count moves to 3-2. Now the left-hander rocks and deals, and there's a ground ball to Perez from behind second base. The shortstop throws Davidson out, and there are 2 down here in the top of the 4th inning.
Routine play by Perez to get the out, and again minimize the damage in this 4th inning.
Now the dangerous Sabine Ceballos, who tonight has walked and knocked in a run with a single to right field. Ceballos earlier in the series had a 2-homer game, and he has 5 runs batted in the series. 6 hits in 13 at-bats. Swing and a miss, strike 1 as the right-handed hitting Ceballos chases a pitch low and in. 4-0 Richmond. Breaking ball in the dirt, and appeal, and the first base umpire, Caden Tetchner, says he held up on his swing. Stone Garver calling the balls and strikes tonight. He was the home plate umpire in the first game of this series. Tyler Vanderwater, the third base umpire. There's a foul at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. The count on Ceballos, the former Atlanta Braves farmhand. 1-2 the count. The set by Shawver, and the left-hander backs off the rubber. Now once again he peers in to get the sign from his catcher Messina. And the pitch misses way outside for a ball. 2-2. Same 2 teams tomorrow night. A 6:10 start tomorrow night with fireworks after the game. The 2-2. Curve is swung on and missed, strike 3. So Shawver gets the next 3 batters after that leadoff single, but the Squirrels score a run. Wait a minute now. Something taking place here on the field as Ceballos has to be separated, and Shawver also looking at Ceballos as he bumped the umpire, or the umpire bumped him. Might have been the umpire bumping him, but hold everything.
Now I'm wondering if it was that little move that he made, and Connor Capel out there saying something to the Squirrels as well.
Well, Ceballos takes those steps all the time.
He does, and I wonder if that upset Cole Messina behind the plate.
It just might have. We've played 3.5 here with the score. Richmond 4, Hartford 0. This is Yard Goats Baseball on Odyssey. Well, we head to the last of the 4th inning, and only now are the Richmond Flying Squirrels going onto the field. You could see what unfolded. Ceballos has that habit of going in front of the plate after every pitch, and I think the Yard Goats were annoyed because he did it on strike 3, Jeff.
Yeah, he does. He moves out beyond the home plate area, and between innings, Dan, umpires came over. They wouldn't let Richmond take the field, and they've warned both teams. So Hartford and Richmond, looks like both have been put on official notice.
And Robinson Cancel, once both teams were warned, wanted an explanation from the home plate umpire. He walked out with both arms extended as if to say, what did we do? We didn't do anything and we're being warned. So things have gotten a little bit heated here with the Argonauts trailing 4-0. Whether that jump starts Hartford remains to be seen, because the Argonauts offense has struggled just a little bit in this game after leading the bases loaded in the first. Look at that Hartford on deck hitter. Aiden Longwell will lead it off. But both benches cleared, the bullpens emptied. And obviously Ceballos had to be restrained. Shawver had to be restrained. And then, as Jeff said, the umpires ordered both teams to stay in the dugout while they talked things over for a couple of minutes, issued warnings to both benches, and then allowed the Flying Squirrels to take the field. And you see Ceballos striking out. And he said something to the catcher, too. That's what it was.
He did. He said,
yeah, Cole Messina. Yep. It was more Messina than Shawver. Here's Aiden Longwell. That's a good angle they just showed. There's a one-hopper off the mitt of Ceballos to right field. Can you believe it? The first pitch, and Longwell rips it off the man who was the center of attention in the top of the fourth. Ceballos. That ball was hit at 93 miles per hour. Can you imagine that?
Right. Go figure. And now Cole Messina, who was in the middle of everything.
I mean, the words were exchanged between Messina and Ceballos, and I'm sure it was about how he goes out in front of home plate all the time. Here's the set of the pitch. Outside for a ball. Now, this series has really seen everything.
It has.
And we still have 2.5 games left to play. Infield looking to turn two. The pitch. In there for a strike. Pitch just clipping the outer portion of the zone on Messina. Longwell, the runner at first. Hartford trailing 4-0 here on the bottom of the fourth inning. And the pitch. Way outside. 2-1. Tristan Vreeling, the former New York Yankees farmhand, now with the Richmond Flying Squirrels, has pitched against the Argonauts, who's both a Somerset Patriot and a Flying Squirrel. That came last year in Richmond. Here's a changeup swung on and missed. 2-2, and now tonight. Speaking of which, as long as we're talking Richmond, it was 41 years ago today, Jeff, that the Diamond opened up.
Yeah, congratulations. Happy birthday, Dan,
Yeah.
because you called that first game. You know what you were doing 41 years ago.
That's scary.
That's pretty cool.
41 years ago today. That's a ball, and now that ballpark has been closed down, and the Flying Squirrels opened up their brand new digs, Carmax Park, last week.
And how great is that? You forward 41 years, and guess what you're doing right now? Calling a game again.
Baseball game.
Yep.
And against Richmond, coincidentally.
Against Richmond, yep.
Payoff pitch. And it misses outside, ball 4.
And Messina's going to be right in the same area as Sabine Ceballos stand.
Well, this is going to be interesting with runners at first and second. Ceballos is not going to hold him on, but like you said, they're in the neighborhood.
Yeah, they're in the neighborhood for sure. Just one umpire between them.
Here's Andy Perez, grounded out to second, his first time up.
See if they try to backpick him here.
Anything is possible the way this game is going. The Argonauts with a golden opportunity. They're out hitting Richmond 5-4, but they trail 4-0. Longwell at second, Messina at first. The pitch from Vreeling, a swing and a foul back. Perez going after that first pitch. Perez went after the first pitch his first time up. Andy is 3 for 12 in the series with a couple of runs batted in. He has a chance here. The native of Cuba. signed as an international free agent by the Rockies. Foul towards that Richmond dugout on the first base side. So let's see if Breeling gets Perez to chase. Might pitch him away here. Here's the 0-2. Came right at him, and there's a line drive into left field for a base hit. The runners can only advance a base as Bandera gets the throw quickly back to the infield, but the Goats have the bases loaded with nobody out.
Well, Hartford looking to respond after that little bases loaded, after that little base clearing incident, I guess you could say.
That kerfuffle.
Yeah, that's a good word to use, Dan. And now they've got a chance to really cash in where it counts with a 3 on and nobody outs.
Skylar Messenger singled his first time up. He's got 5 hits in 11 at-bats in the series with 2 runs batted in. Bases loaded, nobody out. The pitch in there for a strike.
Yeah, you look at that big video board. I know it's second week of the season, third week of the season, but he's hitting at 389. That'll work.
Off to a great start. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball upstairs. Did he swing? No, he did not on the appeal. Caden Titchener says he held up. 1-1 the count on Messina. Or on Messenger, I should say. Longwell at third, Messina at second, and Perez at first. The 1-1 to Messenger. Changeup. Misses high and outside, 2-1. Outfield plays Messenger to hit to the opposite field. The infield is looking to turn 2 with a 4-0 lead. They're playing back. Here's the set and the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Messenger chasing after a pitch. High and inside. 2-2. Big pitch coming here. Breeling does not want to go 3-2 on Messenger. The 2-2. Hit him. It hit him, and that's going to force in a run. Got him on the left forearm, and the Goats are on the board as Longwell brings in the first run for Hartford. It's now 4-1 Richmond.
Well, it didn't tickle a fastball at 94, and Goats will take it. But right around that, just outside of the wrist, around the forearm, and Goats make it a 3-run game.
Tough way to pick up your 5th run batted into the season, but Messenger will take it as pitching coach Paul Asagera heads to the mound now. And Breeling, and that really has been his history, walks, hit batsmen. I mean, he came into this game in 2 starts having walked 8 batters in 8 innings pitched. And tonight he has walked 2 batters in 3 innings plus and hit a batter. And now Rock Riggio, who grounded into a double play his first time up. Bats with the bases loaded, nobody out, a run in, 4-1 Richmond. And the pitch to Rock. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Chases after a high fastball.
Tell you about a grand slam here to bring down the house.
Oh, boy. Oh, and 1 the count. Breeling about to throw his 62nd pitch of the ball game. And this one is hit high in the air to left field. Bandera angling towards the corner, and he makes the catch. Tagging at third and coming down the line is Messina. He will score, and the Yard Goats have cut the lead in half. It's now Richmond 4, Hartford 2 on the sac fly by Rock Riggio.
And the crowd getting behind Rock. He hit that one a long way. Scott Bedura had to move towards the line to bring it in, but the Goats right back in it here in this 4th inning.
Riggio picks up his 2nd run batted into the year. Congratulations in the Hartford dugout.
He hit that one well, Dan.
He did. Zach Kokoska grounded out to first, his first time up. The pitch in there for a strike.
Zach said he's feeling good, Dan. He's only played in 3 games because he was on a development list, but in the 3 games, hitting at a .364 clip.
Zach worked hard during the offseason, particularly on his swing. That pitch misses low and in.
He got 2 homers this season, 6 RBIs. Pretty impressive. 2 homers in just 3 games. His 34 career home runs rank second to only Kyle Datras, who has the career record of 37.
Now the 1-1. Swing and a foul back. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Well, I mean, we've seen what Zach can do. He led the Eastern League in home runs year before last.
Yeah, he's dented some seats in that upper deck in right field, hasn't he?
Sure has. Been a big moment here. First and second, the runners, 1 out. And the 1-2 pitch. Changeup misses outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. Yard Goats bats once again coming alive. The deal, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Kokoska strikes out. That's a huge strikeout for Breeling. And that'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Dion Jorge. Jorge has grounded out to second and struck out. Tying runs are on base. Perez is at second, Messenger at first. Jorge, the go-ahead run at the plate. And now a move to second base. No throw made by Breeling. He stepped off the rubber, turned to second. Perez returns to the bag. Now the pause by the right-hander. And the pitch. This is outside. 1 ball, no strikes, the count on Jorge. Played second base the other night, but he's back at third base again tonight. Jorge is tied for third in the Eastern League in stolen bases. Great speed. There's a breaking ball which misses way outside. 2-0 the count. Well, you get the idea the way Breeling's pitching. Even if he gets out of the 4th, that might be it for him, Jeff. And there is bullpen action for the Squirrels, who caught a break last night. They used only 2 pitchers.
Yeah,
1 starter, 1 reliever.
This will be his 70th of the night.
Yeah. Here's the set. And the 2-0 pitch. Upstairs, ball 3. The throw down to third, and Perez gets back. 3-0 the count.
Legacy with a pretty good throw down to second base.
Yes. Well, that's been the reputation of Richmond the last couple of years. A tough catching core. You think Jorge gets the green light here? I don't think he does, but
Yeah, probably not. Not with a hit batsman or walk this inning.
here's the set and the 3-0. And it's way outside, ball 4. And the bases are loaded. And Breeling is having all kinds of difficulty.
Yeah, that's why you don't green light him in that spot, right?
Exactly.
Hit batsman, now 2 walks, and suddenly the base is loaded for the top home run hitter in the Eastern League, Dan.
And he's not going to face Breeling because Dennis Pelfrey is on his way to the mound. He goes to the bullpen even before he reaches the first base line. So there's a pitching change here at Duncan Park here in the bottom of the 4th with a score. Richmond 4, Hartford 2. We'll be back to tell you all about it in just a moment on Yard Goats Baseball. Now there's a new pitcher in the ball game, Jeff. Mitch White.
White will try to restore order with the bases loaded. 2 runs in, and suddenly this has become a ball game, Dan. Goats were down 4-0. White 1-0, 4.76 earned run average and 4 relief outings. He does have a win and 1.41 whip, and will be called upon to face Ryan Betancourt, who could do some damage with the stick.
White, 26 years of age, from Southfield, Michigan, 6'1", 185 pounds. Signed as a minor league free agent in the offseason. Vreeling goes 3 2/3 innings, 6 hits at the moment, 2 runs, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. He threw 67 pitches. Now Bryant Betancourt, the 8th-yard goat, to bat this inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 4-2 Richmond. And the pitch. Fastball is in there for a strike. 90-mile-per-hour fastball on the inside corner. Yard goats left the bases loaded in the first inning. Base hit here could tie the game. There's a breaking ball low and in. 1-1 the count. Betancourt 0 for 2 tonight in the series. He is 6 for 17 with 2 homers and 6 runs batted in. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball is hit deep to right, but foul.
Wow. He absolutely annihilated that heater at 94. He turned that thing around in a split second. That was tomahawked out of the ballpark.
101 miles per hour. And tomahawk is the word because that pitch was high and tight and out of the strike zone. But he turned on it and managed to send it foul 370 feet. And now White walks off the mound.
Not sure he throws him a fastball again.
Now the pause. And the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball is fouled to that Richmond dugout on the first base side.
And he came back with a slider that time, trying to change the angle. Betancourt able to get a piece.
Now White looks in at his catcher. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball low, 2-2 the count. So he was hoping to get Betancourt to chase. Yard goats manager Robinson Cancel, who was a catcher in his own right, including in the big leagues, had a lot of nice things to say about Betancourt the other day, how hard he has worked both as a catcher and a hitter. The 2-2 pitch. Changeup is hit high in the air to right field. This should stay in the ballpark. Cox started back. Now he's coming in, and the right fielder makes the catch, ending the last of the 4th. But Cox started back on that ball and had to recover. Yard goats leave them loaded. They do score 2 after 4. It's Richmond 4, Hartford 2. This is Yard Goats baseball. 4-2 Richmond. Charlie Zacconi will lead it off for the Flying Squirrels. Zacconi has singled and been hit by a pitch. We have a gate open out in left field, the bullpen gate, and so Messenger is going out to close it. And now we are about to resume this ball game. Lefty-lefty matchup here is Evan Shawver, the second pitcher used by the Yard Goats. Starts another inning, and the first pitch misses low and outside, ball one. Shawver faced two batters when he came out in relief in the third for Alberto Pacheco, and then he pitched the fourth in its entirety. There's a swing and a miss as Zacconi goes down on one knee. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. And the delivery is a fastball which misses outside. 2-1 the count on Zacconi, a 25-year-old from Oak Lawn, Illinois. Swing and a miss at a slider. 2-2. Zacconi was a 9th round pick in the 2023 draft. He will turn 26 on June 30th. The 2-2 delivery. Fastball is lifted foul behind home plate, out of play. Evan Shawver, third year of the Yard Goats, wearing uniform number 35. 2-2 pitch is a fastball high and away, ball 3. There have been a lot of 3-2 counts again tonight. That has been the story in this series. A lot of pitches have been thrown. Payoff pitch pulled down the first base line, foul. In the first 2 games of this series, these teams combined to throw 742 pitches. In the first game, 351 pitches. Stone Garver was the plate umpire. Garver had to concentrate on 351 pitches. Payoff pitch pulled down the first base line. It is a fair ball, and the ball kicks out into shallow right, and that's a break for the Yard Goats because it's going to hold Zacconi to a single. Had that ball not hit the wall that juts out, he would have had a double because that was destined for the right field corner. He took a pitch that was out of the strike zone, a high pitch, and pulled it just inside the first base bag. So Zacconi has his second hit of the game. He's now 7 for 17 in the series. Here's Maui Ahuna. And Ahuna takes a strike on the outside corner. He has looked at a third strike and walked. Four 2 Richmond. There's a fastball high. Well, the Altoona Curve will not go winless this year. They have won their first game of the year after beginning the season with 12 losses. They defeated Portland tonight 5-3. This pitch is fouled at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. So good news for the Curve. Altoona had a real tough series in Richmond last week. They helped the Flying Squirrels open that brand new ballpark, Carmax Park, and lost all 6 games. Most of them are close. Breaking ball misses low. 2-2 the count. Evan Shawver has thrown 35 pitches. Zacconi leads off first and the deal. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He got him to chase a breaking ball. And that is the second strikeout for the Hartford left-hander.
That's another strikeout for a toss, sponsored by Sun Life, which means another $20.
Watch him go after the breaking ball.
Shortstop number 13.
And he does just that. Everson Arteaga now has struck out and walked. That pitch misses for a ball. The walk came with the bases loaded, so he picked up a run batted in. And that is what led manager Robinson Cancel to lift starter Alberto Pacheco and bring in Evan Shawver. Cancel in his first year as the Yard Goats manager had managed in Spokane the last 3 years, leading them to a Northwest League title. Here's a swing and a miss at a fastball. 1-1 the count on Arteaga. Arteaga in the series has 2 hits and 4 at-bats, with that run battered in by way of the bases loaded walk. The pitch swung on and lifted foul off the first base side out of Duncan Park. 4,111 the attendance tonight. 4-1-1-1. And another beautiful night for baseball. Series continues tomorrow night. 6:10 start. Wraps up Sunday afternoon at 1:10. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and driven in the air to deep left field. Messenger is going back. He leaps and he makes the catch. And hustling back to first base is Zaccone. Skylar Messenger continues to impress out in left field. That ball traveling 340 feet, and he leaps to rob Arteaga of a home run. Watch it again. That ball might have gone into the Richmond bullpen if not for Messenger, who's just played an impressive left field. 6'3", and all 6 feet 3 inches helped him. There's a bouncer towards third. Jorge across the diamond gets his man, and that is all in the 5th inning for the Flying Squirrels. We're halfway through this one at Duncan Park with a score: Richmond 4, Hartford 2. This is Yard Goats baseball on Odyssey.
Fans, let's head down to the field to
in the 4th, entered with the bases loaded, 2 outs, and got Bryant Betancourt to fly out to right field, ending the Hartford threat, but the Goats did cut the lead in half. With that deuce, there's a fastball on the inside corner for a called strike. 0-2 on Capel, who is 2 for 2 tonight, a single to center and a single to right. Left-handed batter, the infield plays him to pull. Cox and right is deep. He's just a couple of steps in front of the warning track. There's a pitch outside for a ball. 1-2 the count. Tomorrow night's pitching matchup, by the way. Iverson Castellanos going to pitch for the Yardgoats. There's a high fly to right center. Davidson and Cox converging, and it's Davidson, the center fielder, who makes the catch. Capel retired for the first out. There's a fastball right over the heart of the plate. Capel just got under it. Now Aiden Longwell, who started that 2-run fourth with a single to right off the mitt of Ceballos, the first baseman. There's a swing and a miss, strike one. Ceballos had just struck out to end the top of the fourth, and he and Hartford catcher Cole Messina had words. Both benches cleared. Umpires ordered both teams into the dugout and then warned both teams. There's a number foul towards the Hartford dugout on the third base side. Wouldn't you know it, the first man up in the bottom of the fourth is this fella here, Aiden Longwell, and he rips one off the mitt of Sabin Ceballos, and it bounded into right field. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and it high in the air to deep right field. It is long gone. Aiden Longwell with his first Double-A homer, and it is a long one. It is now Richmond 4, Hartford 3. A high towering home run, 372 feet away, exit speed of 105 miles per hour, and the right fielder Cox didn't even move. A long homer by Aiden Longwell, his first at the Double-A level. Here's Cole Messina. This is a one-run game. Fastball is upstairs, ball one. And White delivered that pitch to Messina more in anger than anything else. A 96-mile-per-hour fastball. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a foul back. 1-1 the count. Aiden Longwell is now 3 for 3 tonight, with 2 singles, a homer, and a run scored. You've got another dandy here at Duncan Park. There's a fastball in there for a strike, 1-2. Longwell now has 7 hits in 16 at-bats in this series. There's a sharply hit ground ball, stopped by the shortstop Arteaga. His throw to first in time. Nice play at both ends. Arteaga going to his left, smothering the baseball. A low throw to first, but Ceballos scooping it up. And Messina is out number 2. And there's Messina and Ceballos again in the middle of everything. Two away for Andy Perez, who's 1 for 2. The set by Mitch White, and the pitch. Breaking ball on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Now the pause and the 0-1 deal. Breaking ball is ripped into right field, up base hit past the diving Ceballos. On his way to second base is Perez. Here comes the throw, the slide, he's safe. He beats the tag from Arteaga. Andy Perez stretching a single into a double. Made the head first dive. Beat the throw from Cox. Cox gets to the ball, playing it perfectly. Got the throw off quickly as we watch the replay, but arriving just ahead of the throw is Perez. He's 2 for 3, and the tying run is in scoring position with 2 away. Now the left fielder, Skylar Messenger, who has singled and was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. The deal. Fastball on the inside corner for a strike. Messenger making that Great catch in the top of the 5th inning to rob Iverson Arteaga of a home run. And now White backs off the rubber as time is requested and granted to Messenger. Perez leads off second. And the pitch. Swing and a foul back, 0-2. Big moment in the ball game as the Yard Goats try to bring in that tying run from second base. Hartford is 1 for 4 with runners in scoring position tonight. Here's the pitch. Fastball is popped up. Will it be playable? Sagasti, the catcher, angles towards the seats, but it lands on the roof, first base side, and spills out of Duncan Park onto Main Street. Four runs, 5 hits for Richmond. 3 runs, 8 hits for the Yard Goats. Here's the set. And the 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball is on the outside corner. Strike 3 called. Messenger knew it. Pivots and heads back to the dugout. But the Yard Goats score a run on Aiden Longwell's first. Pitching change brought to you by Trantolo and Trantolo. New pitcher in the ball game for the Yard Goats is the left-hander Sam Weatherly. Evan Chauver goes 2 2/3 innings, allows 2 hits, a run earned. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 2. Top of the 6th, 4-3 Richmond. There's a looper into shallow right field. On the run to make the catch is Kokoska. So Diego Velasquez is retired on the first pitch to start the top of the 6th inning. Velasquez is now 0 for 3. Here's Jonah Cox. He's looked at a 3rd strike and reached on a hit, also scored a run. He's had a good series. 4 hits and 8 at-bats. And the first pitch from Sam Weatherly is in there for a strike. 0-1. Weatherly, 6'4", 205 pounds, from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Breaking ball is hit high in the air to deep left field. This one is going, gone. That was a blast of 411 feet by Jonah Cox. His first home run, and it is now Richmond 5, Hartford 3. That ball might have hit the video board. He got out in front of a breaking ball, a hanging pitch, and he really tattooed it. That hit the board. Wow, that is well struck. As we said, 411 feet. And the number 9 slot continues to murder the Yard Goats. The 8 and 9 slot, but the 9th slot tonight. The pitch to Bandura, driven in the air down the left field line. Messenger giving chase, and he makes the catch in foul territory. And Bandura is retired on the first pitch. So Sam Weatherly has gotten 2 outs on 2 pitches. Hitters chasing after the first pitch. Messenger everywhere makes that grab. But then Cox with a mammoth homer. Second homer in this series we've seen go over 400 feet. Here's Bo Davidson. First ball swinging. He sends it high in the air to right. Under it is Kokoska. And he makes the catch. So the 3 outs all come on the first pitch to the batter. But the big home run by Cox as the Squirrels answer after 5.5. It's Richmond 5, Hartford 3. This is Yard Goats Baseball on Odyssey. The pitch swung on, hit high in the air down the left field line. Bandera giving chase, and he's going to run out of room. Well, how often can you say that in a matter of 1 inning you see 2 players hit their first home runs at the AA level? But that's what we have witnessed. Aiden Longwell of the Yard Goats hitting his first AA homer in the last of the 5th. And that was well struck. And Jonah Cox comes back and hits his first AA home run in the top of the 6th. Over 400 feet. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball is swung on and missed, strike 3. So the Rock strikes out. And that is the second strikeout for White. Here's Zach Kokoska. He has grounded out to first and struck out swinging. Mitch White on in relief of Tristan Breling, and if he can maintain the lead, then he'll be the winning pitcher. The deal. Fastball is high for a ball. 1-0 the count on Zach. Mentioned earlier how Kokoska worked hard in the offseason, particularly to cut down on all the moving parts in his swing. There's the ground ball off the glove of the diving Velasquez, the second baseman, into center field for a base hit. And Kokoska is 1 for 3. Took a fastball, outer portion of the zone. So the Yard Goats will bat the tying run, but hold everything. Here comes Dennis Pelfrey. And that tying run will not bat against Mitch White, as the Flying Squirrels manager is going to his bullpen. So we have a pitching change here at Duncan Park. With the score, Richmond 5, Hartford 3. We'll be back to tell you all about it. This is Yard Goats Baseball. Well, we have a pitching change here at Duncan Park as Michael Ryan talks things over with the Yard Goats base runner at first, Zach Kokoska. Dylan Carmouche comes on. Mitch White goes an inning and 2/3, allows 3 hits, 1 run earned. He didn't walk anybody, struck out 2, gave up that home run to Aiden Longwell. And now the left-hander, Dylan Carmouche, comes on, making his 4th appearance for Richmond. No wins, 1 loss. A 19.64 earned run average. He's given up 8 runs in 3 2/3 innings. Throw to first, and Kokoska gets back. Dion Jorge is the batter. Look at the numbers for Carmouche. Carmouche, 24 years of age, from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. First pitch is low for a ball. Selected in the 15th round of the 2023 draft. Will turn 25 on August 22nd. Left-hander delivers, and the breaking ball drops in for a strike, 1-1. Carmouche stands at 6'5", weighs 233 pounds. The 1-1 misses inside, 2-1. That was a fastball from the southpaw. Carmouche last worked against Altoona, pitched a couple of innings on April the 11th. Changeup is fouled back. Jorge just getting a piece of it, 2-2. Carmouche grew up in Denham Springs, Louisiana, is working to Dion Jorge. Jorge grew up in Havana, Cuba. The 2-2 pitch, breaking ball, low ball, 3-2. Carmouche began his career at Mississippi State. There, the Bulldogs won the College World Series. That pitch is low, ball 4.
Well, the Goats trying to get something going, Dan.
Yes.
Right back in this game.
Absolutely, Jeff. The tying runs on base. Kokoska at second. Jorge at first. He represents the tying run. Yard Goats trailing 5-3. And Bryant Betancourt, the go-ahead runners at the plate. He's been held in check so far tonight, 0 for 3. The pitch, breaking ball that's fouled back. Big rip by Betancourt at that time. Bryant serving as the DH again tonight. He caught the first 2 games of this series. Here's the set by Carmouche. And the 0-1 pitch. Fastball is fouled back and out of play. 0-2. That Richmond infield plays Betancourt to pull. So does the outfield. They play back, looking to turn the double play. But Betancourt has been known to hit the ball to the opposite field. And that pitch is outside, so they pitched him away with all that room on the left side. The center fielder and the right fielder play him to pull. Bandera more in straightaway left, a huge gap in left center. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball low and outside, 2-2. 5-3 Flying Squirrels. Another tight one here at Duncan Park.
Yeah, no doubt.
Kokoska at second, Jorge at first with 1 out. The pitch. Swung on, knocked down by Carmouche, deflected to the second baseman, and everybody's safe. As the ball was juggled between Velasquez, the second baseman, and the shortstop, Arteaga. And it all began when Carmouche instinctively deflected the baseball, Jeff.
Yeah, that's a great call by the umpire, Dan. Tyler Vandewater, because he did not have possession of the baseball. He just didn't have it in his control.
So the door is now wide open for the Yard Goats. Bases loaded, 1 out for Connor Capel. Capel tonight has singled twice and skied to center. Yard Goats have the tying run in scoring position at second, and once again Hartford has the bases loaded. The pitch in there for a strike. Yard Goats have left the bases loaded twice tonight. Last night, Richmond left 14 runners on base and left the bases loaded 3 times in losing to Hartford 6-5. The pitch in there for a strike. Kokoska, the runner at third. Jorge, the runner at second. Betancourt, the runner at first. The pitch to Capel, then he stops. Time is called at the last instant, requested by Capel and granted by Stone Garver. The pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3 and Capel strikes out. By the way, that previous play was ruled a fielder's choice for Betancourt, but an error was charged, enabling Jorge to reach second base. It was charged to the shortstop. All right, here's Aiden Longwell, who hit his first Double-A homer last time up, 3 for 3 tonight, and the first pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Bases loaded, 2 outs here in the last of the 6th inning. 5-3 for Richmond.
Goats looking for their first grand slam. It's be a nice time.
There's a changeup, outside, ball 2. Longwell has 7 hits in 16 at-bats in this series. The pitch, swung on and ripped foul down the right field line into the Hartford upper deck. 1-2 the count on the Yard Goats first baseman. The pitch, way outside, 2-2. Carmouche prepares for the 2-2 pitch. Changeup is fouled back. Count remains at 2-2 in this lefty-lefty matchup. They play Longwell straight away in the outfield. The infield plays him to pull. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball is ripped to center field, right at Davidson, who spears it. 104 miles off the bat of Longwell. But for the 3rd time tonight, Hartford leaves the bases loaded. We've played 6 with a score. Richmond 5, Hartford 3. This is Yard Goats baseball on Odyssey.
First baseman number 2.
6 inning totals, 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for Richmond. 3 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for Hartford. We head to the 7th, and once again, here's the voice of the Yard Goats, Jeff Dooley.
All right, Dan. Sam Weatherly back to pitch. He did a home run last inning. Sabine Ceballo, the hitter. And he takes ball 1. Ceballo, a single RBI style and a strikeout. His last at bat. Things got interesting when he fanned to wrap up the 3rd inning. And the bench is cleared. What Ceballos likes to do is that little Juan Soto, after the pitch clears, he takes a couple of steps right in front of the plate out towards the mound. Cole Messina said something after a strikeout, it appeared. That one is outside, and the count is now 3-0. Umpires did a really good job. So did both coaching staffs getting everyone away. The angered parties, and that's a 4-pitch walk.
Terrific job.
As Weatherly puts on Ceballos.
First baseman number 10, Charlie Zaccone.
Well, Weatherly came on to start the 6th. He gave up the home run to Jonah Cox, but he recorded 3 outs on 3 pitches.
Ball 1 will prompt a visit from Cole Messina.
Well, after really an easy 6th inning, not throwing that many pitches, the first 5 pitches he's thrown here in the 7th, all balls. Well, the guy at the bat, Charlie Zaccone, Jeff, has had quite a series.
He has.
7 hits and 17 at-bats.
Perfect tonight, 2 for 2 as he taps that one foul. Richmond trying to add to a 5-3 lead here in the 7th inning. Maybe charged with a strike there. Hit his bat, right?
Yeah, that's a foul ball. He went down as if he was hit by the pitch. That might have glanced off of him, but it hit his bat.
Yeah. 1-2 to Zaccone. Has a pair of singles. Was hit by a pitch and scored. This game 4 of 6. 6-10 game tomorrow. And the day game on Sunday. Goats on the road all next week. In Portland, Maine, but home the week after. Check swing. Did he go? Strike 3, says the 3rd base umpire. Tyler Vanderwater says he goes around. That's the first strikeout for Sam Weatherly. It's the first out of the 7th inning.
Keep an eye on Zaccone. He's really getting on the umpire. And that was Tyler Vanderwater. He's not happy, and he was barking long distance.
If you want your baseball fix, and the Goats are on the road next week, it's come college baseball. University of Connecticut playing here, as is the University of Hartford. Maui Ahuna taking the pitch for ball 1. All the details on yardgoatsbaseball.com. UConn's playing under the lights. University of Hartford will play a Friday late morning game. Baseball and Education Day. Change up is low. 2 balls and no strikes.
I know the universities love to play here, Jeff.
It was a lot of fun. For all the parties involved, pitch that's up high. And the count now 3-0. There's a strike. Get over a fastball. Makes it 3-1. Going to play the University of Rhode Island, the Huskies, on April 21st at 6 p.m. And it's right around the corner. It's hit foul back to the screen behind the plate. And the University of Hartford will play that day game on Friday against Western Connecticut. Biles at first base. Out there by Aiden Longwell. He takes off for a second. The pitch is a ball, no throw. It's ball 4. So Ahuna walks. Second walk this inning for Sam Weatherly.
You know, Jeff, I just saw great camera work, by the way. Manager Robinson Cancel, before that pitch, motion a signal, and he is actually giving signals. Now we're going to get a visit to the mound by pitching coach Jerry Sullivan. I don't know if he was giving signals to the catcher Cole Messina, but that's something, of course, the Rockies have been experimenting with, and I understand from what I've been reading recently, they are now starting to do it at the major league level. So now I don't know, maybe he wasn't signaling a particular pitch to his catcher, or maybe he was. So we're going to have to find out. But that was fascinating. It was on a pitch with 3 balls on the hitter, and Ahuna did walk, but we'll have to keep an eye on Yardley's manager Robinson Cancel, an ex-catcher, by the way,
right,
to see if he's relaying, maybe not on every pitch, but on certain pitches, signals to his catcher as to which pitch should be thrown. Here's a look at Robinson.
Harrison Arteaga. There's the batter. Chops a foul at home plate for strike 1. There's a strike. Nothing in 2.
Robinson actually has a color-coded chart that appears to have been printed out, obviously, with the help of a computer. And he was referring to that, and then he signaled to his catcher.
And a line drive into center field for a base hit. Ceballos running third base. He will head home, and he will score. Close play, actually. The throw went through, and he did get the plate, so he's in safely. And now it's a 7-3 game.
Well, Arteaga took a pitch that was out of the strike zone. That pitch was out of the strike zone, way high, but he managed to get a base hit. And then the close play at the plate. But Ceballos scored. The walks are coming back to haunt Weatherly.
Yeah, walks and hit batsmen's getting the goats tonight. And 6-3 lead now for the visitors. Adrian Sagasti bats and takes ball 1.
Well, the Hartford pitchers walked 11 last night. They have walked 6 tonight. Hartford pitchers threw a total of 201 pitches last night's game.
There's a pop-up. This should be playable. Dion Jorge, the third baseman, in a foul territory to make the catch for out number 2.
Jorge had the best angle on that.
This is a 4-3 game going to the 6th inning. Squirrels getting a run in the 6th and another in the 7th off Weatherly, and now it's a 6-3 game, and Diego Velasquez will look to add on. That's low ball 1. Big swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Velasquez looking for his first hit of the evening. He stands tight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Weatherly turns the light off on Diego Velasquez to finish off the inning. His second whiff for the frame. Richmond.
The seventh inning stretch is brought to you by Star Physicians. Healthcare the way it should be in over 40 convenient locations. Now join Cincinnati Take Me Out to the Ballgame with Yardcoach broadcaster Dan Lovato.
Thank you, Steve. All right, let me hear you good and loud. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me a hot dog in Yardcoach cap. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the Yardcoach. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. All right!
Thank you to all that need a Starlight Physicians. Fans, it's last call. Alcoholic beverages will not be sold after the end of the 7th inning.
Well, we've had God Bless America, Take Me Out to the Ball Game. And now let's head to the last of the 7th inning, where the Yardgoats now trailing by the score of 6-3. Cole Messina will lead it off. And once again, here is Jeff.
All right, Dan. Messina will try to get things going for the Goats, who trail by 3 now. So Messina's in. He's walked twice and grounded out, and takes low for ball 1. That's inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Line drive down the left field line, foul. That's in for a strike. Kind of a borderline pitch in terms of height. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, it looked like it on TrackMan was high. And that's high, no doubt about that one. At 90, it's 3-2. Armouche set with his 3-2 pitch. And that's outside ball 4.
That is the 3rd time tonight Messina has walked.
Yep.
That is amazing.
A lot of walks in this game, Dan.
Well, there have been. That is now the 5th walk given up by Richmond pitching. And Hartford pitching has walked 6. So there you have it. 11 walks in the game.
Andy Perez takes the first one outside for a ball. Goats need a bloop and a blast here. Skylar Messenger capable on deck. And a line drive into left field and a base hit. Over to play it. Scott Bandura, and here come the Yard Goats as the first 2 reach here in the home 7th inning.
Andy Perez with his 3rd hit
They
of
need
the
a bloop.
night.
I tell you what, that was more than a bloop. That was a line drive single. Armouche, 6'5", 233. We're up in Denham Springs, Louisiana, just west of Baton Rouge. Up against Skylar Messenger. He takes strike 1. Messenger has a hit. Goats have 10 in the game. They're hitting Richmond at a 10-7 clip. And this Richmond team, we told you, all sorts of offense this year. That rattle foul. 3rd base side. Skylar hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. That came in the 4th inning, and then he struck out his last at bat. A swing and a miss. So he's eaten up by a breaking pitch, strike 3.
Second baseman, number 0, Rizio.
Second strikeout for Armouche. Now Rock Riggio. Home run here would tie it.
He's overdue.
Tracks the first one for ball 1. Rock hit home runs. As part of his regular routine at both Hartford and Somerset a year ago. 2 balls and no strikes. You cannot make a mistake. Rock hits those high towering home runs. Let's put some balls into that second tank in right field here in downtown Hartford. As Messina at second, Perez at first, and he grounds out by the second baseman Vasquez into center field for a hit. Messina scores. To third base goes Perez. The Goats get one back, and it's a 6-4 game as Duncan Park comes alive here in the 7th inning.
101 miles per hour off Riggio's bat, and that just ate up the second baseman Velasquez. I don't think any second baseman would have been able to make that play. And meanwhile, Perez, I'll tell you, the more I watch him play, the more I like him, Jeff. He goes tearing around second base, ripping into third. A happy Yard Goats dugout as they're just within 2.
Hit here, and you've got a 1-run game with still 2 innings to play after this one. Zach Kokoska, dangerous hitter, had a hit his last time. Lefty-lefty matchup. Throw to first base, nearly got away from Ceballos.
Wait a minute, they're going to call him out. They're going to say that Riggio interfered with Ceballos. And here comes the Yard Goats manager, Robinson Cancel, to argue.
Oh, wow. And Michael Ryan not happy either, the first base coach.
That's the first base umpire, Caden Tichenor.
Let's take a look again. And what did he do?
How did he go out of the baseline?
I don't know.
What is he supposed to do? I mean, he was just heading right towards the bag.
Right. I don't understand that at all.
I mean, he's got to be able to retreat to first base.
And a voiceless crowd here in Hartford booing first base umpire Caden Tichenor. Cancel shaking his head, and that's a big out. It's the second one of the inning. And now Perez at third base. What a tough break. Curveball bends in for a strike.
There is bullpen action for the Flying Squirrels.
One and two on that swing by Kokoska. Rock Reggio, hard hit ball to make this a 6-4 game. And now Perez at third base. There are 2 outs in the inning. Kokoska battles against Dylan Carmouche. He's thrown nearly 40 pitches since coming on. Came on last inning. Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, that's a lot of pitches because
Yeah.
he's only pitched an inning in the third.
Right. Walked 2 batters. And he strikes out Kokoska to end the inning. Goats pick up a run, though. They'll leave a runner at third base. We played 7 ahead to the 8th. 6-4 Richmond.
Attention, young Goats fans, please make
There's a new pitcher in the ball game for the Yard Goats, and that is the right-hander Cade Denton, who becomes the 4th pitcher used by Hartford tonight.
So Denton in. It's a 2-run game, 6-4 Richmond. And there's strike 1 to Jonah Cox. Strike 2 to Jonah Cox. Denton, one of the newbies. Cade 6'4". Ground ball deep third base. Knocked down by the sliding Jorge. Gets to his feet. Fires in a hop to first base, but it's not nearly in time. Cox beats it out for the infield style single. Now, good job as Jorge was in no doubles. I mean, he wasn't deep beyond that line. That's an easy 2-bagger.
Jonah Cox, who's in his first year at the Double-A level and hit his first Double-A homer last time up, has 3 hits tonight. And in this series, he has 6 hits in 10 at-bats.
Right. Scott Ventura. There's the batter, lefty hitter. Runner at first base. Squirrels love to get that run they gave up last inning. Doris sends one towards left field. Hill tested towards the corner. He makes the catch. What a catch in left by G.J. Hill, ranging towards foul territory. Reaches across his body, and he pulls it in. Route number one.
Hill has great speed, and he has to go get him on this one, and he does. That's a nice catch.
Not a whole lot of foul territory either down the line in left field here at Duncan Park. Or in right field for that. Bo Davidson, the batter. He looks at a fastball at 93 for strike one. It's over but low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Broken bat, little dribbler towards second. Biggio has it, a second for one, on to first, not in time. Tell you what, this crowd has been very vocal tonight, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. That would have been awfully difficult to turn two. Davidson just tapping that one. Biggio wisely gets the lead runner, but there was no way Hartford was going to turn two with that speed of Davidson's.
Sabine Ceballos is the batter, 1 out of 2 tonight with a couple of walks. And he looks at strike one. That's all the way to the backstop as Messina can't glove it, and the wild pitch will put Davidson down at second. It's a little bit low, and the count 2-1.
Jeff, how about the game tonight at Fenway Park? They are in the bottom of the 10th inning. Tigers and Red Sox, nothing.
Wow.
Tigers 4 hits, Red Sox 3, but the Red Sox have the winning run at third base.
There's a pop-up. This could end the inning. Here's the catcher, Messina. Has some room behind the plates, and he makes the catch. Middle of 8 here in Hartford. Richmond 6, the Yard Goats 4. This is Yard Goats baseball. Get behind the hometown team. Dion Jorge will see Depperman first. And the first one is check swing appeal and no, says the first base umpire. Keaton Tashiner. Oh, DJ Yabovich is in the game. Beg your pardon. Swing and a miss. Just looking at the numbers on the notes. Swing and a miss, and the count 1-2.
There's a look at Dabovich making his third appearance. There's not a lot of run in 2 innings of work. Pueblo, Colorado.
Here's 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So he strikes out Dion Jorge for the first batter of the 8th inning.
You know, not to brag, but the fire chief of Pueblo, Colorado is from my hometown of Torrington, Connecticut.
Is that right?
That is right. Yep. It's amazing the paths life takes you.
Right. It always goes back to Torrington, Dano.
All roads lead.
Right. All roads lead to Torrington CT. This is Bryant Betancourt. Takes ball 1. Swing and a miss. The count 1 ball, 1 strike. Pop up. This could be trouble. The shortstop heading back, but Tiago will make the catch while backpedaling. He wandered back a while to make the grab, and that's the second out of the 8th inning.
Well, we see Bryant do that a lot. He's that strong where he can reach down for a pitch and hit it over the infield, but that time Arteaga caught up to it.
Oh, Dan, this is actually Brad Tepperman. I had it right originally.
Wearing Dabovich's number.
Yes. Yeah, Richmond had a roster move. Looks like he took his spot. It's a little bit low on the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Someone tell me, always go with your first instinct, right?
That's right.
Well, mine's usually wrong, though.
Well, don't listen to the guy sitting next to you. I can tell you that much.
2 balls and a strike. Depperman comes home. That's in for a strike, and the count 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's from Indianapolis, drafted by the Cubs out of North Florida in 2019.
Yeah, they made a late move last night. It came at 10:35, Dan.
Oh.
Yeah. Dason Cruz went on the 7-day injury list, and Tepperman was reinstated from the development list. That's up high. The count fills 3-2.
And assigned the uniform number worn by Dabovich, who's on the IL.
Yep.
My head is spinning.
Ground ball hit foul, first base side. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the foul straight back and out of play. We'll do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Jeff, the Altoona Curve won tonight. They defeated the Portland Sea Dogs 5-3.
First win in the season after an 0-12 start.
Altoona will not go winless.
Right. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss. And down on strikes is Capel. So we go to the 9th. 6-4 Richmond here in Hartford.
Zacconi will lead it off. 2 for 3 tonight. He's also been hit by a pitch and scored a run. Cade Denton into his 2nd inning of work. And the pitch misses, ball 1. 6 runs, 8 hits for Richmond, 4 runs, 11 hits for the Yard Goats. Denton, the 4th pitcher used tonight by manager Robinson Cancel. Pitch misses inside, ball 2, 2-0. The Red Sox won that game at Fenway Park tonight over the Tigers in 10 innings, 1-0. There's a pitch in there for a strike, 2-1. It will be Zacconi, Ahuna, and Artiega here in the 9th. There's a fastball in there for a strike, 2-2. 2-2 pitch is in there, strike 3 called, and Zacconi knew it, did the pivot, and now walks back to the dugout. He knew it, no doubt about that. Excellent pitch from Denton.
Yeah.
And there's 1 out to start the 9th.
We're trying to keep this a 2-run game, Dan.
Yes. Here's Maui Ahuna, who has struck out twice and walked twice. First ball swinging, and he fouls it off to the left of the plate. No balls, 1 strike the count. This is game 4 of a 6-game series. Richmond won the first 2. The Yard Goats won last night. That's a ball missing outside. Richmond won the first 2 to extend its winning streak to 10 games, a franchise record, before Hartford stopped the Flying Squirrels last night 6-5. Changeup on the outside corner for a strike, 1-2. The game ended with the bases loaded for the Squirrels. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on base, top of the 9th inning. Squirrels on top. There's a fastball hit high in the air to deep left field. Hill is going back, turns, and it is gone. A home run by Maui Ahuna, an opposite field homer. It's his first of the year, and the Squirrels now lead it 7-4. Ahuna wearing a wide smile, as well he should. Ahuna, one of the newbies, that's his first Double-A homer. So you've had 3 players tonight hitting their first Double-A home runs. Here's the pitch to Emerson Arteaga. And it misses upstairs, ball one. That is a big run for the Flying Squirrels. Pitch is fouled towards the Hartford dugout. That pitch is a ball. The appeal, and the first base umpire, Caden Tichenor, says that Arteaga held up. 2 balls, 1 strike. The count now on the shortstop for the Flying Squirrels. Pitch misses outside, ball 3, 3-1. There is some bullpen activity for the Yard Goats. Denton came on, pitched a scoreless 8th, and that pitch misses low, ball 4. So Arteaga walks for the 2nd time tonight, and that is the 7th walk for Hartford pitching. Here's Adrian Sagasti. Sagasti is 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. 7-4 Squirrels. And the fastball is right in there for a strike, 0-1. Denton rears back and fires. It's the only way to describe it. He reaches way back in his delivery. And that pitch way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Cade in his first go around with the Yard Goats, 6'4", 205 pounds, from Garland, Texas. There's a ground ball slowly to short. Perez to second for 1. On to first, double play. The Yard Goats turn the 6-4-3 double play, and that ends the top of the 9th. But not before the Squirrels tack on a run, courtesy of Maui Ahuna's first double-A homer. We head to the last of the 9th, last chance for the Yard Goats. It's Richmond 7, Hartford 4. This is Yard Goats baseball. First double-A homer in the 5th inning. And the pitch from Tyler Vogel is on the outside corner for a strike.
3 to tie, Dan. 4 to win for the good guys.
Yes. Well, Longwell's had a big game, 3 for 4. And even his out was hit hard, a line out to center field. There's a bounder back to the mound, flagged down by Vogel. He underhands it to first. 1 down to start the bottom of the 9th inning. Vogel, 5'11", 180 pounds, from Dunedin, Florida. He's 25 years of age. Vogel is making his second appearance in this series. He pitched in a game on Wednesday night and got the save. Now Cole Messina, who has walked 3 times tonight, scored twice. And the pitch is a fastball on the inside corner for a strike. 0-1. 7 runs, 9 hits for Richmond, 4 runs and 11 hits for Hartford. And the pitch is a fastball in there for a strike. 0-2. For Vogel, this is his 6th appearance of the year. ERA of 0. He's allowed 1 unearned run and now 5 1/3 innings pitched. The pitch, low for a ball. 1-2. The right-hander holds the set at the waist. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball way outside, 2-2. The infield plays Messina to pull. Fans sticking around, fireworks after the game. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3 as Messina chases after a pitch low. And quickly 2 are gone here in the last of the night. The hopes of the Yard Goats now rest on the wide shoulders of Andy Perez. And what a game he's had tonight. 3 for 4. A double, 2 singles. He also has grounded out to second base.
And he's raised his average to 295.
He really is impressing in so many areas. He has 6 hits in 15 at-bats in the series. But he swings and misses here, strike 1.
And he's just 21 years old.
Playing a excellent shortstop. Tremendous speed, great hustle. The 0-1 pitch, changeup, misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count. Tyler Vogel trying to close it out for the Richmond Flying Squirrels, who saw their 10-game winning streak snapped last night. The pitch swung on in line to left field. It is going to be caught by the left fielder Bandera. And victory belongs to the Richmond Flying Squirrels. The Yard Goats go in order in the 9th. And Richmond wins it by the score of 7-4. And Jeff, the Squirrels have taken 3 of the first 4 games.
Yeah, they came to town riding high, and they're able to take 3 of the first 4, Dan. And tough one for the Goats, although Hartford, I thought, really battled here tonight.
Yeah, it was an interesting ball game in so many ways. And, well, yeah, Yard Goats will have to go get them tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. Post-game show is next. This is Yard Goats Baseball on Odyssey.
Check out our video board to see how our value partnerships are making a positive impact on the community. Big thank you to East Brewing, Sunlight, and Stop and Shop for their continued support and dedication. Be sure to catch the Yard Goats postgame show on the free Odyssey app with Jeff Dooley and Dan Mahalo. Just type in Yard Goats. You can also listen in Spanish on Dynamic AM 1120. Enjoy the show from the Odyssey Press Box on your ride home. Fans here in attendance for the game for visiting Richmond Flying Squirrels, 7 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. And for your Yard Goats, 4 runs on 11 hits and 1 error. Tonight's winning pitcher is Mitch White. The losing pitcher is Alberto Pacheco. The save is Tyler Vogel. Time of the game, 3 hours and 1 minute.
Through community outreach programs and experiences, the Hartford Yard Goats
Now the Yard Goats lose to the Richmond Flying Squirrels 7-4. The final score and the final totals look like this. Richmond 7 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. Hartford 4 runs, 11 hits and 1 error. Winning pitcher is White, as Mitch White improves 2-0 in the year. Losing pitcher, the Yard Goats starting pitcher, Alberto Pacheco, he's 0-1. And his save for Tyler Vogel, his first of the season. Well-played game tonight by both sides, but Richmond comes away with the win. Game time 3 hours and a minute, 4,111 watching here tonight. All right, we'll take a break, come back with more from the post-game show next on the Yard Goats Baseball Network. Yard Goats baseball from Duncan Park tonight, and the Goats end up losing 7-4 the final score. This is a good game. Flying Squirrels scored the first 4 runs before the Goats come back with a pair of runs in the 4th inning and a hit batsman with the bases loaded and a sac fly from Rock Riggio. And then the Goats get a little bit closer on a solo home run by Aiden Longwood to make it a 4-3 game. But then the Flying Squirrels had put it into high gear. They get a run on a home run by Jonah Cox in the 6th inning, another run in the 7th inning, and a single by Iverson Arteaga. And Goats come back and looked like they were going to really put together a rally, but they settle for 1 run and a ringing single by Rock Riggio. Then he gets picked off at first base. The Goats leave a runner at the bag to end the inning. Squirrels get another home run, their 2nd of the game, as Maui Huna goes deep. And the Goats have had problems keeping the ball in the ballpark in terms of pitchers this week. Richmond goes out to win it 7-4. Dan, I thought the Goats battled, but again, giving up 7 runs tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they're continuing to walk hitters, too many hitters, as a matter of fact. Today they walked 7. And to me, I thought the turning point came in the 7th inning, Jeff, when it seemed like the Yard Goats were rallying. And then, of course, Riggio is out at first base on a disputed play. And the momentum seemed to just stop flowing for Hartford at that point.
All right, Goats lose the final 7-4. We'll wrap things up next from Hartford.
What's this thing? Yeah, there was one out. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
which is fair.
Yard Goats lose for the third time in 4 games against the Richmond Flying Squirrels, who are just flexing their muscles. They get the win 7-4. Dan, your final thoughts?
Well, the Yard Goats, I thought, once again continue to hit. That's a good sign. They just got to adjust that pitching a bit more and, go from there. It's a long season.
All right. I'm going to say goodbye from here. Final totals one last time. Richmond, 7 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. Hartford, 4 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error. Winning pitcher Mitch Whitey's 2-0. Loser Alberto Pacheco 0-1. Tyler Vogel saves it his first game. 3 hours and a minute. 41-11 watching here tonight. We'll talk to you tomorrow night. 5:55 pregame show, a 6:10 first pitch. For Dan Lavallo, Jeff Tooley, good night from Hartford.
All right, nice job.
Thank you, buddy. Good job.